Saving money feels right. Just like when things are.
And I'm back with boom, Dawn Trail. Make sure the audio's coming through. It is. Doing MSQ today, and then oh, hey Saya. Oh no, you're gonna see me take off the frog head for MSQ. Oh dear Lord, no. I've had a fun day of it so far this morning. I woke up like 45 minutes ago when I was supposed to wake up about 2 hours ago. And then the internet went out after I went live for the first time. Why can't things just work correctly every single time in a vacuum, because nothing about real life can affect them? Why can't life just be like that? I should probably turn my mic down a bit because I'm peaking. Hold on. Put on my proper adventuring gear. And there's the face. All my glory. Yeah. Don't worry, when MSQ is over, I'm going to switch back to Frog. But Frog isn't exactly good for serious picture times. Where? Oh. Spoiler Town. One thing I do need to do. General tab of character config. already enabled. Okay. I'm quite good, I guess. I mean, I don't really have big ups or downs, so I'm mildly frustrated, but now that the frustration seems to be past, or the source of the frustration, I'm doing pretty good. How about you? I have Haribo gummy bears, so you know, can't complain too much. Good to know, Saya. Oh no, tacos. Let's get into it. You have a movement, Shurtal. Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking in finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. God, give the child uppies. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all much has happened since the state funeral. A clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. Bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people. Come on. Pop that out. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king resolves authorities about the highest levels. This man that can override it with such impunity. Calix. He lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advances in electro technology and established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seem noble enough. Exploring treatments for Levin's sickness, designing Everkeep's course systems, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's, but he appeared twice incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. I've already seen how he employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their near regulars. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion, with that relic in his possession, draw aether from the reflections, and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down, which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. While Ghoul, Jaw, and Shell are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen. I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. That's one thing I'm good at. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. We have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Leolal. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Shurtal's group. Me? The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best to not be a burden. You do that, not Garnet. More worried about you, Geo. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. What you got, Geode? Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? People... Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remained shielded from the horrors of death. And so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It's only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. But I cannot forgive is the way Calix wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calix, nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. You think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect things most important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. You're the new Alphino. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Shurtal and I will take the east. Very well, we shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what. Chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will learn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Escort mission. Side, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. By the centuries that our will is safe to be around now. And just know it's going to happen again. Maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a near regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Fiend said so. What do you got, Geode? Ah, the memories. Used to drink around here all the time. Made sure not to overdo it when I had to work that next day, but once we were past the business system, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning, or afternoon. Worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Hello there, GPU. You want to hear my story? I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. You must know a good friend of mine died while those machines went crazy. His air wheel dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with it. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. Far away. Lass, corral your minion. Actually, I should switch. Don't want bacon bits. Don't want Bearcat. No. There. One of the few minions I'm actually proud of. Lighthearted. What do you got? What has me in such a fine mood, you may ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was there becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current members. 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make up your mind. Mark my words, friend. With only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard, one we had considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. We're still fights like break out. The fact that nearly 4,000 people registered worthy of its own report, but are you sure that or wasn't anything else? The vast majority of residents have always won regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. Supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. Pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses to confirm if this was a pattern or not. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. You narrowed it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? Sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we must have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Crowell say to meet them at the plaza just outside of True View? Let's get going. We finished our patrol as well. Did it not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before? So essentially you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed the regulator was a priority target. Now that you mentioned it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. Why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Fear. Fear. Based solely on the lack of a near regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. Those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. But another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. So Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept this vision as victims. It's likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. It's always fear. There's no need to kill anyone. The way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps the sowing of terror is in service of another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What are the dust? Right, sanitation worker story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if the substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. I should not have changed my ringtone. Blink pearl noise. Shurtal, we need your help. I've lost control of the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? I will be on my way to give you uppies soon, child. Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go!
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone.
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man tried to save me.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
in this sector who no longer wears a regulator.
I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
That's a late title drop. She should recover in due course. Glad we revived her when we did. When I was sick, my mother was always at my side, keeping me company. I'm going to do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. Shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. Sorry, you must have fallen protecting the residents. Give me money. Comrade, you think you may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe, and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please, be careful of yourself. Why is this happening? That man, this is awful. Isadora's going to be alright then. Glad. Just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul gave his life to save me. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calix commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? Came as soon as Wawake sent word. I am sorry, by the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geo could be in trouble too. Once we have his radius locked down, we'll need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the cities. Search for Geo. I agree. Since most Oblivion members of sworn-off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid this at all costs. Our thanks. Here, takes these communicators. We've made modifications to prevent Calix from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geo. Luck and stay safe. Geo said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have gone ventured too far. Let's get going. Sign of Geo. Perhaps you should search further to the east. No sign of Geo. Bayakwa's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geo, to answer me. Response. Perhaps you should begin your search further to the east. Tongue-tied today. Looks like there's something ahead. Wild or wild. No sign of Geode. Neighboring residential radius would be the next logical step.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it. not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit. Damn you! You can't be here! You need to run, now! A trap! Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you require it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
God.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. account of the worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You'll stop the murders if I give you a nuke. You'd only go after more victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
You're not gonna do that. Ashes. And the soul cell he left behind, was that his twisted way of returning Geo to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. No. And if a reflection stolen aether allowed for many more endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. No! Who could think that? Not I. Stop being devil's advocate and get rid of the cathood! Certainly not I. You know only too well there is not noble in the sacrifice. Have to stop it. We have to find Calyx and put it into this badness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we follow his possession. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocence and reflections elsewhere. Return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wyakwe to meet us there as well. Give me a meanwhile.
Our dear Geode. soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Golulja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Preview in OBS was weirdly dropping frames, but the output doesn't seem to be, so and my OBS says I have 0 dropped frames, but my camera preview, whatever. Geode he was an older brother to Nostalgia. Yeah, everything appears to be okay, Saya. Maybe I just had a weird software hiccup. Who knows? Certainly not me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely to take it the hardest. That's on top of what happened with Kafkiwa. Do you think you should check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face for me and my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. I need to press on the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. Should be better than this, I know. You can't help yourself, can you? It's a compulsion. I appreciate the concern. Kefkiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? Someone would love her too if you're shoulder to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. Fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air wheelers. I've had the communication modules removed, so even Kalik should control them. Say the word, and we'll set off. Ready? We find we're rather close to the pylon, so follow my lead. These air wheelers are Ginolt's babies. Won't find a whatever. Kriya's now have taken to one off for a turn whenever I need to. Sometimes Geo can come along too when we end up racing. Does that surprise you? Friendship has always had a competitive edge. We'd often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Sure the ground is clear before it comes down. And I'll include my head touch. You know, Shurtal, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't. As far as I can remember, at least. The memories from my regular days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. God, I'm evil. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the path. Not that it's slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and this Vaneless feat clearly didn't do it justice. Could, hopefully that clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Oh! What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you? Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus
were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Not only the grief helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. It fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion eats. Time I went back to locating Calyx's lab. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if we narrow down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryle for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish organized resistance. There must be something in this connection. Shurtal, is that you? Apologies for calling something. I've been making rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot but help feel as though something is amiss. Can I ask you to join me? Your perspective will be most appreciated. It can wait until you're finished tending the shale, of course. Plans have been decided for you. Go on, I've others to speak with before I return. Cutting it for moving text boxes that have never been touched before on this account. I swear, if there's somehow a third dungeon over here, I'm going to be slightly. Shurtal, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination. People appear to be acting oddly, busy considering the constant affairs. As I'm yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual. Would you speak with them and see what they hope to be wrong if there's something that's not right? Like the ambient music. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me, I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as it did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. Pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Oh, please tell me you brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already. I've heard over. Surely the government still have some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. Has to. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Check on our well-being, have you? Well, I could say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing it, or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. We're terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators is fever pitch. I, personally, was unfortunate to have come from Advisor Khan and have long since completed registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. Darkness grows closer, grows deeper. We must cast it out. I think it's right to worry. Fear is palpable. You can palp it. Yes, that is it exactly. People are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. Each new registration that from inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Shurtal, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. Already here with Lamati and Alpha. Like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Uh-oh.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
The horrific monument to everything that is horrible of this world is back online!
Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak,
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx. There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Vauclamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tulialal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landscar are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulishola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
What up, twin boy? For those deadly malfunctions. First, those deadly malfunctions, now a citywide announcement. They spent considerable effort bringing us 5,000 endless, perhaps more than necessary. What up, girl twin? Amid the hopefuls descended on Lamatine's first front. This latest wave of attacks may not have been was widespread, but breaking. We have to stop Calyx. What up, cat lady? Sorry I couldn't be your time. Prowl told me everything that happened while Fiend. Calyx has access to the forces. Chose to do so. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond as much. I beg you. We'll welcome any and all who want to come. Prior to begin evacuations, we'll be able to pick up the pace once the landscape arrives. In which case, we must spread out and keep on the crowds. It's tense and possible violence. Captain Alex is hiding there. Surely we'll find him somewhere. Violence and fear. This is not the true future. Khalil, I would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? I won't stand here and let the legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her last. But she betrayed you, did she not? How do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the nation and the people's joys as our own, yet alone we lack the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simple. Maybe I just wish that we could be friends. So she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future. I think you both found the friend. It would be yours as well, sweetie. Whenever you fall or shrink or rise, I'll come to the rescue. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. Ellipses. Right. Got a big sidetrack there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if she needs a hand? Uppies has arrived! Gululja! How splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news, Shurtal. We found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called. It's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. Sorry it took so long to get us this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. Uppies! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with relevant authorities, and I found our waiting documents in the lift. Let's not keep them waiting. Uppies. Shale made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. Shale, do not give him an office job. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually all that different from the story of how we stumbled across the back room. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Get something to snack on that isn't gummy bears, and then we'll be back to investigate. let's get into the investigation.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see. Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kroil and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of... We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, working out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Check.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located on the western side of the complex. The Director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if the security card behind it. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. Wouldn't surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get searching for it. I expect we'll have the most luck looking for the researchers' personal belongings. In searching containment complex 1029, close cooperation with the necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Color, pay close attention to the information provided. Documents sitting in a tidy stack atop the desk. Find no security cards hidden. Few indecipherable notes were into the series, terminal screen displays what appears to be the employee manual. Personnel profiles. Security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the center. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms, Research Commons, Lab, or the Jutero Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strict. Carry a card at all times. Something dictates the areas to which you have access. Keep your regulator at all times. The confidential nature of the research materials and other data management in this complex, preservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Not a dystopia. Objectives. Access denied. Leadership personnel. Complex Director, Demetrius. Lab Chief, Yosfer. Deutero Lab Chief, redacted. I wonder who that is. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that its former owner has left some things behind. Office supplies and nothing else. Uppies, what do you got? Is this really a preservation laboratory? Thought there'd be something more, I don't know, special about it. Shelves are almost entirely bare, but all is empty. Files to be scan the bins. Interior open to find some card-shaped rubbish. Appears to be empty. Card-shaped object. The electro surface is marked with bold level 1. Open the door and see if it opens. It's open. You did it, Shurtal. A good thing, too, I was getting nowhere with that updates. I am curious, though. How would they abandon a facility like this? It's run by Director Demetrius, or something. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Let's continue onwards. The Director's office is across the central hub. Level 3. Chase me, we must come through the nearby rooms. In the proto lab. Spend days investigating this complex, finding a way into the director's office must have precedence. Speaking of which, Galuja mentioned a locker over on the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. What do you got up, East? Dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. Results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in Aether's extraction. At last, we've achieved the target value set by Master Calix. We become endless as per our synthesis protocols. I will record this historic number along with my worldly effects. Observe the number. Appears to be the research for personal data. Today I began my employment preservation. The organization was familiar to me, but that arrived at a gut feeling far more fulfilling than orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its fleshly existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. Heard others praise his elected. He seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Calix's blinding influence. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Malala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutera lab. Scheduled to conduct a major experiment, because of which I have kept ignorant. It seemed prudent to back up my memory data. Locker open. Another security card. Needed level 3 though, didn't we? Yeah, but it's still open more doors for us to explore. Good work, Shurtal. These preservation movements have surprisingly normal lives. Notes and cards, I guess I imagine more bloodless, mechanical. My parents were once part of preservation. It would seem the researchers who agree with Calix and his philosophy. I assume those who cannot or would not have left together. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. we have the Jutero lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both have access to the southeastern of the hub, which will hopefully yield more before our new security vault. You can take the old one if you like. I doubt you'll have any more use for it. Check. Not all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening this door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. Facility rooms is over there. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Hero Lab, shall we? Uh-oh, the PlayStation puzzle. Engaging power supply. No good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. How does it send power to the other lab? Ah. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Hero Lab, which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about the patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set to each of the tiles, we create an unbroken pattern for the power to follow. I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed. If you look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminals and directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Shurtal? Yep. The rest of us can help by supplying Shurtal with whatever information might be found on the circuit configuration. peasy lemon squeezy. It worked! We did it, Shurtal. The Deutero lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment. Looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the storm surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. The research into this field continued even after the storm surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Still, he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was proud of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the somber Ethan's proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my son's succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research into less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Perhaps, whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. Security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Give me my... Alright, let's get this door open. Huzzah! Oh. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Isn't that... interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. Used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Shurtal has? You may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes, is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, nor who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to insist on Stola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things. Pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of our personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons. That means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a 3 is no good. Filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. What do you got, uppies? Why are they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels, no sign of cards. Security card. Oh, isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work. Oh, level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So what were you hoping to find in there again, Shale? You're saying a certain device was going to help us? Alright, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized controls of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him, which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's location. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Shurtal's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Oh, speaking of cameras, there's another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, so if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then. Bay.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish.
Welcome,
What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
Got that K-pop hair going on.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
Oh.
He and I are two different ways. I lack his extraordinary short, no singularity of will to cut away.
I'll fix it after the cutscene. Thanks for the heads up, Saya.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Damn. Cold-blooded.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
It's going pretty good, Velvet. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. Checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calix. Cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since the incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume that he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... they didn't regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough. Carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation, but what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office! Okay, time to fix this camera. back in action. Let's readjust. That should be good. Hold on. Oh, it's a reflection. Okay. Let's get that out of the way. And once again, Saya, you're saving my bacon. Level 3 key card. That's big. Level 3. Security card up to the scanner. Let's go. Let's head inside. Gotta find that data relay. Don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Shurtal, come with me. I might have need of that security card. What you got, uppies? Something odd, something odd. This is a report on reducing people to aether and how much energy can be harnessed per This director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office with that incense and vases. Some kind of gym display? Oh, crap. Crap, 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 crap. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data I'm looking for. The office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Shurtal. Could I ask you to search the office for clues? Having laid dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Find a purple note wedge between the file bindings. Secure room lift access requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Deutero Lab, and the Director's Office. Collection of soul cells that may have once belonged to the Director, near to the empty. Amongst the other personal effects, you find what is presumably the Director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the chamber. Examine tablet. Begin skimming. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary intervention on portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the portal. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. 3 faculties and 4 personnel sufficiently intact for this conclusion. Remaining 9 designated for aether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations for 2 Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with reservation and absconded with the key. The fugitives have since been caught and eliminated. We were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calix's physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of this disappointment anymore. Memory data will be archived. Any enlisted versions will be subject to Master Calix's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of protocol. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition, whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise. It must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Collars may choose. To that end, a facility will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure root access will be stored separately from the installed authorized entry. With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There's no such word marked on the map, was there? No precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed by an electro, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kefkiwa used to say, Jill? Never trust an electro surface. Isn't always what it appears to be. Oh, of course, electrop is how you alter the protocol solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. Managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I said we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should patrol the lab terminals for input, while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. I'll take the Deutero lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria's could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take Deutero lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to patch our timing. Shurtal, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we have determined what we need for input, take a place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide will cooperate with the process. You know, there was a display over there. The one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you could figure it out. Boom. 2 jewels are embedded in this electric plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Ta! It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Something inside. It's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named their king about it. Here, you should hold on to this one just in case. Alexandrite. Yep. snuggle into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. No plan? As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond with the rooms of the complex, so you now stand. This may be related to the password you're looking for. Glowing words appear to be handwritten. Can come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. But if you ask Speech, he can tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from the stone. Slightly take the garnet. Alexandrite, placed in the floor plan corresponds to the director's office. Sapphire corresponds to the Yes, if you have questions, you may ask. Alexandrite. I was taught that Alexandrite represents the symbol of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, you're thinking that this has something to do with passwords? Sapphire and a garnet as well, you see. Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite has a sense of protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these boards at the terminals and see if they are accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Gathered enough information to attempt entering the passwords. We're all set to go here. We'll come out and cry. We're just waiting on their passwords. Start with Wokolmat and Moon. What change? Ready, entering at the same time. And it's just that easy. Yes, give that child uppies. I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to. We'll venture in as soon as Wokolmat and Kyle join us. All right, everyone, time to board the lift and see what waits us. Got Foley. Looks like a real cutscene.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is.
CWZ.
But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form.
Correct.
These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch.
Much like what Graha did.
The other
first.
method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body? The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Server racks. World formed of just...
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Yep.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
We're going
So this
to
virtual domain,
cyberspace.
it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
Welcome back, Velvet.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Good plan.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
He's got the password.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
He's watching me.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been.
Hey, Diamond,
Hoping to
what's up?
find me by tracing security data. That
Oh
will not
no.
be necessary.
The sickly computer boy is pulling strings again.
Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
I don't think it's gonna work.
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
At least you're straightforward about it. I could appreciate that. I'm still going to obliterate
And
you.
if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was
Talking
queen,
about
you had her
Calyx?
face an impossible task. Then manipulated
Diamond?
her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
Let me... Is that better?
That disaster was a miscalculation on my part.
Yeah, 1 second.
The end drew near, Phosphine and
Better.
structured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine.
There we go. Let's put that at 3 minus 3.
Her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
I think I had my audio doubled earlier or on previous streams, so I might have been louder unintentionally, but also doubled unintentionally.
Does that satisfy your curiosity?
My mic is right now peaking at,
you will take nothing more from this nation.
I guess green levels would be minus 25.
Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Thanks for the midstream diagnostic. Let's plan our next move. I will say that my audio setup is mildly jank. I need to take a day or two in the next week or so and actually set it up correctly.
Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
That was an adventure. May not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's certainly in my top 10. 14 at least. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. What's the chat function for finding out playtime? Apparently, in a cutscene, I can't do it. In that infuriating, condescending way you spoke to us, we'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things don't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge should come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. There we go. 165 days, 1 hour, and 8 minutes since I first set up an account, August 2020. I don't know how long you've been playing, but I started right after 5.3 dropped when they streamlined the MSQ in A Realm Reborn. Not long after me. Oh, well, yeah. I've been mostly on and off for, like, the longest I've gone not, like, playing at least, like, once every couple of weeks is March of earlier this year, I put it away, and then I picked it back up about a week ago. So, yeah. But once I hit the end of MSQ, I was like, oh, I might as well level up all my jobs to the cap at the time. And once I did that, I was like, well, I heard there's a lot of stuff in Eureka, so I did Eureka. And then I started running Baldesian Arsenal like crazy because I had a sickness at the time. I needed more. Yeah. I'm not much for a heavy grind. Yeah. Again, I had a sickness. I wanted to make a lot of money. All I wanted to do was make a lot of money. So whenever Ishgardian Restoration was going on, I went heavy into that, leveling up my blacksmith. And once I did that and made like 15 million gil, ooh, banana indeed, I decided, you know what? I might as well plunk away at everything else. So I slowly did up all the other gatherers. And then once I had the gatherers leveled, well, all the crafters were just sitting there being mostly useless. So I had to do that. And the last thing I did before Dawn Trail was finally get around to leveling Blue Mage, because Blue Mage is Blue Mage. Shurtal, we've briefed Arenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Literally the only reason why I unlocked Blue Mage was I failed at getting the lantern what's the word? Lookout point in Kugane. And I missed the jump like 3 times in a week. And then one day I logged in and there was a guy on there who was like, hey, if you have Blue Mage, blow yourself up and I'll res you up here. And I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't want to keep failing at this over and over again. So I went and unlocked Blue Mage, went and leveled it, and got self-destruct, and then it was just sitting there at like level 11 for 2.5 years. Oh yeah, I like the jump puzzle. It's the jumping off the top and missing the light post like over and over again. That was like, I don't want to do that anymore. And like I never was able to line it up correctly. I've got like dozens of pictures of me on top of the tower, but I never managed to actually land the jump at the very end. Alex has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we destroy the memories we supposedly stored in the upper reaches of the Meso terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. Yeah. I will say that I got really good at getting all the way up to that first real hard, like you almost have to pop sprint and then stand floating in space to jump onto that one block. When you go to fight Calix, let me fight alongside you. From the bridge onto the first stump in the wall. Yeah. It's I'll miss it like once or twice and then it snaps in. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia and for the other Sphene I may have become, but most importantly for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. I don't think I have a single expansion's lookout points filled up. Like not having all of them just doesn't really bother me. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Of course, we're not There we go. I have not dipped my toe into Savage rating. Like, extremes are I've done one Unreal, but it's Byakko Unreal, and I know that one's basically a joke. That and Baldesian Arsenal, but Baldesian Arsenal was really easy compared to what I've seen of Savage rating. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they've already left for living in memory. I am more than ready to do the same. Yeah, the only way I'd Savage raid if I had a dedicated static, but I don't. So, like, technically, I have Savage rated, but that's solo queuing with the level cap not implemented, just so I can get the mounts from like Alexander. And I'm getting real close to soloing Omega. Like, it's possible on Warrior. I'm just bad at it. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Shurtal. Krau and I think that we should talk to Gotham before we leave for living memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gotham will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. And on our return, we'll give you uppies, Galulja. I want to do another couple of attempts. A few. Man, I'm tongue-tied. I want to keep on trying to do Omega solo. Unfortunately, the buff, whenever they split into two and they have the separate, like separate or keep close buff, it's literally a 50-50 shot of can you complete this solo or not, depending on which buff you get. So I've gotten real annoyed at that fight solo.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option.
I suggest watching television.
And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating Endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn?
I mean, when your hopeful existence is at the direct expense of untold countless others' lives.
We stopped
yes.
begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Giving a speech, Wuklamok. Come on.
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
A little bit.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
The ruse is
Calm down,
ruined.
Queen.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sveen has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not
Yeah, the
her.
hood, like, it is completely opaque and
Having
not
to live in
only
secret,
partially
unable
covering
to
her
share
head,
who
and
you really are.
her voice is also the
That must have
exact
been
same.
hard on you.
Kel Surprise indeed.
When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
Yeah, it's Clark Kent syndrome. You're right, Diamond.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gossan. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that neo-regular away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the numbers of neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. Itemize the surplus units in order to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or otherwise hasn't registered. That does sound like something Calix would do. Oh, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Yeah, the award-winning Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial that is playable up to level 70?
Things seem much the same.
With no restrictions on playtime, including the award-winning expansion Heavensward and the slightly less regarded but still pretty okay expansion Stormblood.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Yeah, as long as you use a brand new, never before used account, you can start the free trial and play the game all the way up through the first 2 expansions, which is about, conservatively, 90 to 120 hours of content just doing the main story. All for free. There are restrictions on free trial stuff, like you can't form your own party, but you can be invited to parties. Retainers are locked out. You can't start an FC or own a house. I didn't know you can't do PvP, but oh yeah, and you can't trade. Now, I would suggest, if you're not playing on console, on PC, get it from Square Enix, not Steam. Steam's integration for Final Fantasy XIV is weird. So yeah, get it straight from Square Enix. Cat Mom, what do you got for me? Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from the Meso Terminal itself. Why, what's happened to the Meso Terminal? The wall is receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calix has since manipulated the terminal's electrope, all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Give me the crit. A terminal invitation. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. One good thing about Final Fantasy XIV, the controller, setup for it is extremely in depth and is the only real reason why I play this game, because I don't know how people play MMOs on keyboards. They scare me. Those people are working on a level that my brain is not capable of. Look at this. Look at this. 8 buttons. 8 buttons. 8 buttons. 8 buttons. 8 buttons. 8 buttons. Look at all those buttons, and I don't even need to use all of them. Triggers give me different hotbars. Look, I play warrior, which is admittedly a brain dead class. I don't need that strength potion, that strength tincture button. I have an empty button on that one. For me, it's no different than remembering what each button do in any video game. And most rotations don't change all that much. Plus, again, remember, I main warrior. Brain dead war gang, go burr. That's all I gotta do is go burr. But yeah, like every single, like, oh, here's my ninja setup. I have an empty button. I have another empty button. Like, I will admit that the amount of work to get the controller to work how it is mildly complex. But I cheated and watched a video by another streamer that is just as finicky about having a controller for an MMO. It is extremely in-depth. I didn't actually copy paste because you can't copy paste. You have to go in and click all the buttons. But I just watched his video and it saved me so many hours of figuring it out myself. There's no rush. Final Fantasy XIV isn't going anywhere. It survived a disastrous initial launch and rebooted itself into the weird juggernaut it is now. Has been going strong for 10, 12 years now. And has another 7 or 8 year cycle of more expansions. So, but before I start queuing for this Dungeone, I'm gonna go take a quick break, cycle some fluids, and mentally prepare myself for the story conclusion of this expansion. So I will be right back in a few minutes. And I'm back. Let's talk to Wook and see about getting into this dungeon. What's up, Saya? Yeah, I know. I've had quite a few people hop in, talk, and then ask to give me their Discord and Instagram, and my filter detection, mental detection software goes off about two sentences into every one of those interactions. I've been on the internet before. I know what I'm doing, sort of. Back in my day, it was email links and weird attachments. Well, here we go again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries, I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first. I couldn't recognize a single thing and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen's Fiend is too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, devourer of worlds. Together. You have my gratitude. Surely Otis and Selenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end, not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Shurtal for good reason. Besides, it would be a tragedy relic with so much research. Lady, we all know how hot you are to figure out interdimensional travel. Apparently, Calix thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That would be so bold that he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation to speak with tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the mist of dreaming endless. Time to get in. I play tank. Do not have to wait more than 5 seconds. And what were you queuing as? Healer? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, now this is just getting ridiculous. 60 seconds? 70 seconds? State of the world that we're in. Of course, I can see at least three other tanks waiting. Pianist. Echo. Pianist. Yes. Healer. Another tank. There we go. 2.5 freaking minutes. Oh Lord, I'm playing with Burger King.
I'll begin by wearing you down. Created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle. memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna die. I think one resolve. I like this.
overburdened the system.
That was nice.
No matter, it served its purpose. Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
A little hairy, but manageable. Ooh.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
This dungeon's got hands. I like it.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
I figured having to focus on resolving your own mechanics was a bit of a fun juggle. I dread having to heal this whenever I'm healing my leveling my healers in 8.0.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
Ooh, I'm getting all the gear.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
boss.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Oh, good to know that this isn't the trial boss.
Rise and meet the foe before you. An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
This freaking Elden Beast.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Yeah, I like this one. A little bit telegraphy, but and Warrior can't die. Brain dead war gang. And 3 commendations. That's the way I like it.
Sven? The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted.
You yourself are a copy of a once living
We each have our
person.
goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
At least he gets right down to it.
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat?
Because your solution to immortality is finite. There's only so much
realized it was past
ether
time
and
we
souls
corrected
in
our head.
existence.
Nothing more.
Eventually, you run out of gas, and then you die. Again.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing.
Existential dread.
Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
About that.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Give it back!
Oh, at least he's not dead.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold, make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Think you lucked out, Potato Man. Oh, come on, Necron!
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that? A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
Lucky, we had spare scales.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
Yeah. You got a lot to answer for, sickly boy.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
Almost did the bad thing.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. Well, this is the weirdest start to a patch day trial that I've ever encountered. Oh, I don't doubt it.
We got our healer back.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves. There. Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them. Bothersome. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Uh-oh. Dang it.
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Doom averted.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Oh, damn.
Fight, if you must. There. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
And there we go. Good fight. Yeah, I can definitely see that, whatchamacallit, that extreme being cool.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
You suck.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
The others.
Hit the lag switch.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamati.
She's yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamati will be fine. I've been in touch with Valkona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, which means come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertion, she'll likely spend many days in bed. Just can't help yourself, can you? Someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And when she buried her down, you saw to it the Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is more, I pray. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our life. No longer will our group be forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we were meant to experience as Alexandria was once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation of how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are far. We must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcone arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale and Root and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. Shurtal. Everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. That's good. Touched by trouble as far as I can tell, but something awful is happening. Breaths mean villain show and brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the irregulars enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was the calming effect of the broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizens. Authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding largely peacefully. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Aha, Corral, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might have suggested looking on the people that's hard to save. Mind is thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Cat Mom. If every person who was equipped with the Irregulator was affected, then we have no less than 5,000 patients. Even with an army of trained mages, rehabilitation will take many moons. This is the best case scenario. The fact that we even have the capability to exercise violence is unthinkable. What about Jose? Once I've had a look around, I'll go and assist with the treatment of the enthralled. I'll have a mobilizing below and all his siblings. It's never been easy for me to explain primal summoning to the layman in a clear, concise manner. It's a skill I must hone if I'm to uphold Godless name. Let Raha and I brief the officials on what to expect. We might like to have you nearby for a little while. Perhaps I'll take you up on your suggestion. I am concerned that, given who I am approaching, why not speak with Melissa? She works the fields in Yupia's Halo, not far from here. As one of those that came to see you off before the car clash with Kalix, she was glad to know you were safe and sound. An excellent idea. I think I shall choose that. Oh. Hello, Vega Violet. Thanks. Look who it is. Good to see you again, hale and healthy. Sorry we did not get to board you sooner. How is everyone? No, nothing terrible befell us as such. The regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pone was one of them. Told the authorities are tending to a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll have everyone back to their normal selves. Sure, I'm glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends. It can be helped. Yeah, it's quite fantastic. It's got its low points, but literally nothing in existence is perfect. I also hear that the Queen's fiend who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet, despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. And we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. The broadcast was a message of hope, for me, for everyone. Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Capone and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Yeah, I'll be stopping is not much long after the MSQ is over. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. Knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful, I shall petition Gosson to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, it would seem. By the way, Shurtal, Alphino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliyola. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Gululja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs with Aaronville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the general direction. All sorts of things, in the planning at least. I beat Donkey Kong Bonanza for the first game that I streamed, and then messed around with some of the Nintendo Switch Online games, mostly Mario. Just waiting for this to drop today. Afterwards, later in the week, I'm going to be playing Lies of P. Looking for Gululja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment, and insisted he'd take a rest. I can only hope he'll heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruin of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. What up, Gululja? You want uppies?
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
Ha ha, Aaronville.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
You are 3 feet tall.
I was useless, even with the king's authority.
Little dude, you're little.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
Don't let your dad's
But I'm weak.
complex take root in you. Inferiority isn't genetic. Not right now, ma'am.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
What is it, small child?
my father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Gululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Of course. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How's that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's burdened working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Shurtal. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. And the next one is the final quest of the patch. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kefkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Don't know why I pronounced it like that. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calix's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with the city officials to attend. To answer a barrage of questions alone. Would be funny though. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some leaps to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned the rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Nap time? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. I will be right back. I gotta make a quick bathroom break. All right, let's bang out this last quest. Go offline and make some chili. Big old pot of chili. Wow, time skip. Actual factual time skip.
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the meso-terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sven, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sven from another time.
Yes! Be safe! We'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You'll soon be on your way to Yoctel, then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is!
What up, Mablu?
Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
Shenanigans are afoot.
I see, I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
Or be who we've become.
We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sveen? Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Ramichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin. Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Avert your eyes, Suzune. You're getting spoiled. It's the last patch of 7.0's story.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria. Mother, you protected me. I remember now. In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Guluja's still young, though, so
he's
don't
like
expect too
8
much of him
years
just yet.
old.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your kind encouragement, Shurtal. That is right. It will not be an easy road. With your words to lend you strength, I shall take it one step at a time. Tuliyola will be there to support you, speaking of which I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one, so looking at it across nose this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come when we discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I will be present to offer them aid. I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. What are your plans, Shurtal? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? Stop by the palace first. I've been wanting to think properly. With everything, he hasn't had the chance. We'll hear the end of it. Good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in along. Believe in you, Lulja. Whatever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason. Amity, we're supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, let's study the way of the Babe, Lulja. Is that not allowed? I will permit you training on one condition. You practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Gona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. Take too much after your sire and grandsire. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. Meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sweden. It truly is. That love is the foundation of her rule. The room will be a font of hope for us. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. We'll be heading back there one to Alexandria. I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, or fulfilled my promise to the endless fiend. Thank you. On my mind. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliyola. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. I don't expect my days to be filled with miniature as much as they are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliyola, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Shurtal. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. It's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until the day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You will get so many uppies. You've really come far, Galulja. You'll keep doing us proud, I'm sure of it. Guess you have to go now. So be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. It's only been 5.5 hours. Ugh. I wanted to make sure I got done with the MSQ in time to make dinner. And then I wanted to get everything ready because there's another streamer who's doing the second Alliance raid this evening. And I'm going to be one of the 24 people in that. We're doing it blind, so I wanted to bang this out. Shurtal, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is or was a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions where the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene, Theris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed their desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking that we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. Seems very fitting for Alexandria. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers might be heard. I wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. Ha-ha! Patch name drop! You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I woke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. Here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. Can I get a meanwhile?
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Oh, God damn it.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
None shall know eternity what waits for those who hold the key. Oh, I got the Necron. Nice. And with that, makes the patch complete. I get to make some chili and then get ready for evening entertainment. So I'm going to switch over to this, exit my game, and bid adieu. I will be back, unfortunately not Thursday because I now have an appointment that I can't miss, but Friday I will return with Lies of P, which I've been putting off starting for a very long time now, but I look forward to it. I'll always love me a good Souls-like. I will see you Friday. Wait. Who's streaming? Anybody? Today's Tuesday. There we go. See you all next time.